हम तब भूल गए सब जाने समझनी है थोड़ी घड़िया इसमें तो हम खुद तुम्हारी नाना में हावी जान गए कि हम भूल गए आज तोरे ওর মাইকটা এটা যাবে না কি দূষিত সব বলা যায় বেশি পাওয়া যাবে না 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 ওটা কমিয়ে দেবো ম্যাডাম বলে ও কোনটা হারমোনিয়াম তো গলাটা একটু আসছে না ওটা বাড়িয়ে দেবো ওটা নিয়ে সামনে নতুন ভালো মাইক ছিল ওইটাই ভালো ওটাই চলে যেত হ্যাঁ বাড়িয়ে দেবো ওটা অসুবিধা কিছু না আর পজিশনটা ঠিক আছে অনেক সময় মাইকটা না যে গায় যারা মানে একটু তারা মাইক একদম বাসো ওটাই বেস্ট মাইক এই সাইড থেকে দিতে হ্যাঁ না এই সাইড থেকে ঠিক আছে লেগে যাচ্ছে একটা স্ট্যান্ডে নিচে হ্যাঁ আরেকটা স্ট্যান্ড দেখো অ্যাকচুয়ালি ম্যাম যখন তো নিয়ে মানে যেগুলো বাজাতে হবে আর কি 16টা মানে 16 কি 16টা ভেঙে আলাদা পরে এটা পরে তো তোমরা 17 তারিখ কোথায় ছিলে না মানে আমার ডিসেম্বর ফাউন্ডেশন দিতে তার পরে আমার একটু কাজ ছিল আর কি বাড়ি এটা লাস্টে দিয়ে গান ছিল যদি কিন্তু যে যাওয়া শুরু করলাম সব হচ্ছে এগুলো ওখানে ঢুকে দিচ্ছি খোলার দরকার নেই অ্যাজ ইট ইজ ঢুকিয়ে দাও অবশ্যই বিল বলো তোমাদের তো ঠিক আছে হ্যাঁ টাইট করে সোজা করে যেমন সেটিং হচ্ছিল তো হ্যাঁ ব্যাগটা লুকিয়ে দাও আমাদের বলে দেখতে পাচ্ছি না এটাকে এমন জায়গায় রেখে দিয়েছি এসে মেডিকেল হোয়াটসঅ্যাপ বন্ধ করো খালি পায়ে আছে ওই পায়ে পুরো লোক অ্যারেঞ্জ করো অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট করো সব দিয়ে দেবো কাজের সময় কেউ মুখে বলে না তুমি হারমোনিয়ামটা সরিয়ে চেয়ারটাকে সরিয়ে দাও এখন তো ওটা সরিয়ে দিচ্ছে আবার গান একটা হবে না তখন ঠিক আছে এই তো হ্যালো এটা দেখা যাচ্ছে মাইক্রোফোন বুঝে ভিতরে ঠেলে দিতে সাইড থেকে দেখা যাচ্ছে না ক্যামেরায় ছবি তুললে তো বোঝা ঠিক আছে দেখা বলার মাইকে মনিটর রাখাই যাবে না মনিটর কমিয়ে দেবো না অসুবিধার কিছু বলার ফোনটা অফ করে হ্যাঁ তো আমার তো এই স্পেশালিটি হয়ে গেছে একটা চেক করো একের মনিটর কেটে দাও একের মনিটর কাটা আছে হ্যালো চেক একে মনিটর হালকা করে দে হ্যালো চেক দেখ দিয়ে কি হচ্ছে আসছে হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো বাড়াবে বাকি সব বন্ধ থাকবে যেমন খোলা আছে খুললেই চলবে তোমার যখন গান হবে তখন আমি বুঝে নেবো বাকিগুলো তুমি বুঝে আমার গানের সময় এগুলো কিচ্ছু না ওটাই বলছি আমার গানের সময় জাস্ট এখানে ফাইট করে দিয়ে পুরো চালাবো পাতা আছে অসুবিধা হবে কি পাতা আছে ম্যাডাম পাতা আছে অসুবিধা তো হবে চাদর তুলে দেবো ম্যাডাম না না পুরি না চাদর তুলে দেবো হ্যাঁ কপি করে না দিয়ে বকে দেবে তো সময়
এটা আওয়াজ আওয়াজটা আচ্ছা না না এখানে কি বলে তাহলে আমি অর্ডার তো জানি না, অর্ডারটা জানতে চাই যে অর্ডার এখানে দেখো, এইটা দেখলে বুঝতে পারবে কোনটা কোন প্রজেকশন এই লাইটটা বন্ধ করতে আর লাইট ওখানেও লাইট আরেকটা বন্ধ করতে আর পিছনে এগুলো পিছনে এগুলো বন্ধ করতে আগে বন্ধ করে
ISI বানিয়ে সেদিনকে বানালো তো এটা আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে
চালিয়ে দেখে আমাদের তো কানেক্ট আমি পরে যদি কিছু হবে
রেডি করে দুটো ইয়ে দিয়ে দাও, করে এটাকে এমনি করে ঘুরিয়ে দাও। ওই বর্ড আর্টটা দেখো ওরকম না, বর্ড আর্ট দিয়ে যেটা এরকম করে হাফ সার্কেল ওয়েলকাম ইউ অল ছেড়ে দাও, এটাকে বর্ড আর্ট দিয়ে ওটাকে করা যায়। এটা নয়, এটা
very excited.
আরো কথা কিছু হয়, এটা কিছু একটা সেদিন করলো তো টুক করে এক্স এফ এক্স এই যে ডান দিকে এটা বোঝায় নাকি? আচ্ছা ঠিক আছে ঠিক আছে, যাইছি করো, তাড়াতাড়ি করো, আর তোমার কাছে লোকে দেখতে পাবে 1 মিনিট। 3D রোটেশন, 3D নিচে 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 আসছে। হ্যাঁ দেখো কোথায় কোথায় না, এটা হচ্ছে না। আচ্ছা যাকে যা আছে তাই ছেড়ে দাও, এক্স এফ এক্স এ দেখো 3D রোটেশন। হ্যাঁ ট্রান্সফর্ম এক্স্যাক্টলি হ্যাঁ ওটা করে ছেড়ে দাও, নিচে নাও বাস ছেড়ে দাও। আর একটা কোনো ছবি আছে কোথাও, একটা ফুলের ছবি ছিল, এটা কি রেগুলার কার মেশিন? এটা তো হ্যাপি ফাউন্ডেশন এটাও আছে। ঠিক আছে এটা করে ইয়ে করে দাও, ডিসপ্লে করে দাও, তাহলে এটুকুনি চাট
লাইট বন্ধ দেখে সাদা তো এসি না এটা সাদা
Hello. Hello everyone. My name is Ayoti Banerjee. I'm a senior research fellow in the Geological Studies Unit, ISI Kolkata. I extend a warm welcome to everyone on this momentous occasion. Today, on the 20th of December, we have come together as part of the Indian Statistical Institute Alumni Association to celebrate the ISI Foundation Day as well as the Alumni Day. This year, we celebrate the 94th Foundation Day of the Indian Statistical Institute, established by the visionary Professor Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis in December 1931. ISI has since observed the 17th of December as its foundation day, marking the beginning of its remarkable journey. From its modest origins in the Presidency College, the Indian Statistical Institute has evolved into a globally acclaimed center of excellence, renowned for its internationally recognized academic programs and groundbreaking research initiatives. ISI began offering degree programs in 1960, following its recognition as an institute of national importance by an Act of Parliament in 1959. A move made possible by the support of the then Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru. Over the years, the Institute has made profound contributions to the social and economic planning efforts of the Government of India. Foundation Day serves as a meaningful occasion for ISI to celebrate its achievements with pride and joy while reaffirming its commitment to pursue its mission with renewed energy and unwavering dedication. Additionally, Alumni Day is a significant occasion that bridges the past, present, and future of an institution, fostering a sense of belonging and pride. The ISI Alumni Association was established in 1982 to foster connections and communication among ISI alumni academic bodies and to provide a platform for the exchange of ideas and experiences. It also aims to support the students and scholars of the Institute, serving as a forum to celebrate collective accomplishments and renew the commitment to advancing knowledge, research, and societal progress, embodying a shared history and vision for the future. Without further delay, I invite Professor Shanghamitra Bandyopadhyay, the Director of ISI and the President of ISI Alumni Association, to deliver the welcome address. Welcome, everyone. It is a pleasure to be standing before all of you today, celebrating the 94th ISI Foundation Day as well as the ISI Alumni Day. Of course, you're the chairman, right? Yes. So the chairman of the ISI, he has made a lot of effort to get people together, but we wish in the years to come, we will have more participation. Also from the younger batches, and we have to figure out ways of reaching out to them. But thank you all for coming, for celebrating this day along with all of us, and it's your day. It's all ours day. I'm also an alumni of this institution. I think the female are called alumna, right? Partula? I think there's a difference. Yeah, there was something. Anyhow, excuse me if I'm wrong in the usage of the word. But ISI, of course, 94th Foundation Day was December 17th, which we celebrated by felicitating many of our faculty members and research scholars who've been recognized with certain awards, achievements, fellowships over the year 2024. We also did the same last year in 2023, and I hope this will remain like this, that we will use the occasion of the Foundation Day to felicitate our own people who have brought in honors to the Institute. This year, very recently, we had an Infosys prize coming to ISI, to the mathematics department, our younger colleague, very young colleague. In fact, I think she is the youngest Bhatnagar awardee in the country. And she had
In mathematical.
in mathematical. Is it only in mathematical sciences or across sciences? No, across. Okay. So in mathematical sciences, she is also the youngest Bhatnagar awardee, but she got the Infosys prize this year, Neena Gupta. And there are other of our faculty members as well as research scholars who continue bringing us honors, achievements. We are very proud of all of them. And also, we've started, as you might know, we've started some new initiatives in ISI. We've started from this year, for example, the third bachelor's degree, which is after BStat and BMath. This is the third degree that we have, Bachelor of Statistical Data Science. And this is a 4-year bachelor's degree with a 5th year, possibility of a 5th year studies for master's degree and an exit option without honors after 3 years. And this is unique in a sense that we have pooled in the resources across the institute, meaning since we are distributed over the all around the country, we have reasonably medium-sized centers, I would say, in Delhi and Bangalore. So, and the faculty members, quite a few number of faculty members are there. So we've started this BSBS in the 3 centers simultaneously: Calcutta, Kolkata, Delhi, and Bangalore. Students, about 25 each in each of these 3 places, sitting in classrooms, teacher in any one of these places. So if the first course is being taught by a teacher from Delhi, then the Delhi students gets the teacher physically in class, while the Kolkata and Bangalore students get the teacher live, but virtually. The next class may be from Kolkata, the third class may be from Delhi, from Bangalore. So this is the way we thought that we could pool in the resources which are distributed in the different centers effectively. Till now, touch wood, it has gone reasonably well. Because we were quite terrified of the format of this, because it's heavily technology dependent and things go wrong when we least want it to. But till now, we managed somehow. We also have, you might know, a postgraduate diploma in business analytics program, which is with 3 institutions together, 3 top institutions of Eastern India: ISI, IIT Kharagpur, and IIM Calcutta. And the students spend semesters in each of these 3 places. The certificate is signed by the 3 institutions together, the same certificate. So that's quite precious. These are some initiatives. We started some more postgraduate diploma programs, which are like 1 year long. We have started new MTech programs. So we try to remain, well, at least what is relevant, what is required in a timely manner. We try to do that. And research activities also, because of the data science and the machine learning, artificial intelligence, all coming up in a big way, whichever domain you are in. So efforts are on also to be in the forefront in these areas. Of course, because of our natural instinct, we've never really hawked the limelight. We never tried to show ourselves, our achievements, or brag about it. But given the size of the institute, of course, it has, as you would all know, it's a brilliant institute, but not many people outside know what is happening here. So outreach is something that we need to focus on, and we will be focusing on that in the days to come. But with those few words, I welcome all of you again. This is your place, and I just wanted to give you a slight update because you might be interested to know what is happening these days in the institute. So whatever I could think of in these few minutes, I thought I'll apprise you. I understand the day is lined up with a lot of interesting activities. Parthoda's lecture is here, and then that will be followed up by some brilliant performances, cultural event, which is there, and I was already getting a taste of it when the students were rehearsing, and I can assure you that's going to be a really beautiful experience. So welcome all of you again, and I wish you all the very best. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I now invite Professor Shashi Mohan Srivastava, Chairman of the ISI Alumni Association, to address the audience.
Good evening, all of you. I'm truly happy to welcome you all here. And director has already given you how institute is some of the things institutes are doing. But let me also assure you, there are many persons who are my age or senior to me or around that. We have not forgotten our legacy also. we are doing extremely well in the core area, statistics and mathematics that this institute is very famous for. Of course, it was always the motto of the ISI to go along with the time. So whatever change is happening is quite natural. Nothing, but our own old legacy remains, and it was begun by Mahalanobis, and very beautifully and competently carried forward by CRO. And I can assure you that as it stands today, it is doing that legacy also exists in ISI. Our mathematicians and statisticians are spread all throughout the world and very, very internationally renowned, who join much later. So with this thing, and I would like to say a few words about ISI Alumni Day. ISI Alumni Day, more or less ever since its inception in 1982, used to be organized as close to ISI Foundation Day as possible. So in a way, ISI Alumni Day was also a celebration of ISI Foundation Day without specifically mentioning. But from last year, ISI decided that we shall also call it ISI Foundation Day and Alumni Day. And it is not always possible to have the program on exactly 17th of December, which is the actual Foundation Day. We have to take care of the chief guest and holidays and various other factors come into the picture. So we try to be as close to ISI Foundation Day as possible. And second decision, very important decision that ISIA took last year. ISIA very, very proud of highly distinguished, internationally renowned alumni. So we decided that each year we shall try our best to get hold of one highly distinguished alumni and ask them to request them to present, give a talk. And last year we had Nilanjan Chattopadhyay from Johns Hopkins University. He's an extremely renowned biostatistician, is a good description, Partho. He's a very renowned biostatistician. And actually, I have taught him. So you can see that even latter generation have done extremely well. And as the director said, Neha Gupta is less than 40 now, is an international figure. Our version, we don't have to say otherwise, version is old time, but I'm saying that even that legacy is continuing. It's not that ISI has forgotten its legacy. And I'm personally very, very grateful to Partho Vindar. Partho, I call him because he is junior to me. I have been always calling him Partho. He is a highly distinguished alumni of ours to agree to give a talk. So with these words, I stop.
We are privileged to have with us today an esteemed alumnus and our chief guest, Professor Partho Majumdar. Professor Majumdar is the National Science Chair of the Government of India and an emeritus professor at the Indian Statistical Institute. I request him to grace the dais.
This is our token felicitation.
This is our token felicitation and congratulations for keeping our ISI in. So we are going to begin our next program, and that is talk by Partha Satunita, and I will be chairing this session. And let me say a few introductory. It's not talk. So here is a brief introduction of Partha. Partha Pratim is a National Science Chair, Science and Engineering Board, Government of India, a distinguished professor of the John C. Martin Center for Liver Research and Innovations, Kolkata, and an emeritus professor of the Indian Statistical Institute. He has made a significant contribution to the human statistical and population genetics and genomics. He has developed methodology for mapping human disease, genes, identified genomic factors underlying many diseases, notably oil cancer, and has reconstructed the ancestry and relationship of ethnic population groups of India and Asia using genomic methods. He has immensely contributed to capacity building of in human and statistical genetics in India. He has founded the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics in 2009, and earlier the ISI PCG Center for Population Genomics in 2000. He is an elected fellow of 3 national science academies of India, the World Academy of Sciences, and the International Statistical Institute. He has served as the president of Indian Academy of Sciences and of the West Bengal Academy of Sciences. He is a member of the executive committee of the International Human Cell Trust Consortium and the International Common Disease Alliance. He serves as an expert on genomics for the World Health Organization. He has received many awards and honors, notably G.N. Ramachandran Gold Medal, the Government of India 2021, Barclay Memorial Medal of the Asiatic Society in 2020, Golden Jubilee Commemoration Medal of the Indian National Science Academy in 2018, TWAS, Third World Academy of Sciences, that means TWAS Prize of the World Academy of Sciences, Third World World Academy, the World Academy. So that is the World Academy. Oh, sorry. So the World Academy of Sciences placed in 2009. So with these words, let us welcome Professor Parthasati Majumdar and listen to his talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Srivastav. I'm actually humbled and although delighted, I'm very humbled because I do see many of our alumni, the students who were, we were together at the same time during those 5 years, formative stages of our careers in ISI. And they certainly were, many of them were much more accomplished, at least so far as the BSTAT and MSTAT courses were concerned. However, I think I've done something in science, and that's the reason why the Alumni Association has called upon me to give this talk. She had forgotten the name of my talk, Celebrating Human Diversity in India, a Legacy of Professor Mahalanobis. This is what I'm going to talk about. I'm going to start my talk with trying to explain, and I don't think it needs a real explanation as to why we need to celebrate human diversity. This is what I'm going to start with, and the reason why we need to celebrate human diversity, I think it's getting cut off something. That doesn't really matter. So essentially, we are revealed and we make ourselves known to one another by the diversity of our looks, as you can see here, complexion, height, etc., gender, language, culture, values, and so on. So there is an enormous diversity amongst all of us who are sitting here. And the reason why we need to celebrate that diversity is that we need to respect the diversity, because disrespect of the diversity leads to disruption of peace. Disrespecting or looking down on our differences brings injustice. We start thinking that we are superior to others and so on and so forth, which is really the root of injustice. And institutions are created as a collective by the people and for the people. Disruption of peace and injustice weakens institutions. So these are the three major reasons, and this has been recognized by the United Nations, and this is a part of the Sustainable Development Goals, goal number 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. It all embodies our respect for the kind of diversity that we have, and therefore we need to celebrate the diversity as opposed to looking down or frowning upon the diversity. So the first step in the celebration of our diversity is recognition of a common humanity, that the common humanity is a heritage. So respectful recognition of our differences that inform our cultures, our values, our minds, and all our ways of being in the world. So that's a respectful recognition that's absolutely essential. Diversity is the chief informant of the creative life force. It's the central reality in our understanding and stewardship of it. Why did I choose this particular topic? Right now, in India and in many other parts of the world, there is a deficit of all of this. We have begun to disrespect diversity, and in the name of disrespecting diversity, we are fighting with one another and so on and so forth. So I thought that the legacy that Indian Statistical Institute has shown through Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis is something that we must celebrate. And that's the reason why I chose this topic. The last 15 years or so, I have not actually worked on this particular topic. This is what my initial phase of my career was. But in the last 15 years, again, for reasons that I'm not going to expound here, essentially moved away from it and have started to work on various genomics of various diseases, particularly oval cancer. But I thought that this would be more appropriate for today. And that's the reason why I'm talking about this. And this is my most important slide, and I'm going to read it out loudly. It's time for the preachers, the rabbis, the priests and pundits, and the professors to believe in the awesome wonder of diversity so that they can teach those who follow them. It's time for parents to teach young people early on that in diversity there is beauty and there is strength. We all should know that diversity makes for a rich tapestry. And we must understand that all the threads of the tapestry are equal in value, no matter their color, equal in importance, no matter their texture. And this is written by an African-American poet, Maya Angelou, and this is from one of her books, Wouldn't Take Nothing for My Journey Now. I think this embodies the spirit, the principle based on which I've done a large portion of my scientific career, I've spent a large portion of my scientific career pursuing diversity, documenting diversity, quantifying diversity, and trying to understand relationships among diverse sets of people. This is what I'm going to talk about today, and I'm going to primarily focus on India. So this is of course, it all emanated in the institute, as not just in the institute, all over India. And Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis is essentially the founder of this particular conception, the quantification of diversity and all of that. And he, of course, was a firm believer that scientific and rational views lay the foundations of modern age, and he perpetuated that. And we are all fruits of the Indian Statistical Institute, and which was founded in 1930 31, and he himself lived from 1893 to 1972. Many of us were fortunate to have actually seen him, but when we got into the institute in 1970, about a year later, he fell sick, and so our interaction with him was very, very minimal. Be that as it may, I mean, those of us who are interested in these kinds of things read many of the works that he had done and the philosophy that he had propounded, and let me share some of that with you. Just as a part of history, I'm not going to tell you the life of Professor Mahalanobis, but I want to situate it in some context, in the context of measurement of human diversity. So Mahalanobis in 1912 passed his BSc with honors in physics from Presidency College and left for England to study at King's College in Cambridge. 1915, he returned home for a short vacation. The war intervened and he never went back. He was asked to teach physics at the Presidency College. And that's what he did. In 1922, he became a professor of physics at the Presidency College and served there until 1948. Just before he left Cambridge, he was to come for a vacation but never went back. Just before he left Cambridge, his tutor, Macaulay, drew his attention to Biometrica, and that's the first page of Biometrica, which says it's a journal for the statistical study of biological problems. So that's Biometrica. This is the world's first statistical journal, and it was edited by well-known Carl Pearson and Davenport, and it was in consultation with Francis Galton. So these are big names at that time who actually, we all know the name of Carl Pearson, correlation coefficient and so on and so forth. So much of statistics was anchored in biological problems, and this is why the journal Biometrica was founded. Mahalanobis, when he was traveling back to India from Cambridge, he found some of these papers rather interesting. And he bought a whole set of volumes of Biometrica and read those volumes on his way back to India. This, of course, is a common history. Many of us know this, but that was his initiation to biological problems and statistical methods in solving biological problems. When he returned to India, this is Acharya Brajendranath Shield. Acharya Brajendranath Shield had very many different kinds of designations in Calcutta University, but he was also the chair of the Department of Philosophy, later became Vice Chancellor of the University of Mysore, and so on and so forth. But after Mahalanobis returned to India, he met Acharya Brajendranath Shield, and Brajendranath Shield was then, reforming the examination system of the University of Calcutta. And he asked Mahalanobis to analyze the marks obtained by students in various examinations of Calcutta using statistical tools so that they could understand how the University of Calcutta was improving through its students. And that was one of the first things that Mahalanobis did after he came back from Cambridge. Again, I'm not going to deal with that. I'm going to deal with anthropometry, the measurement of body dimensions, which is what Mahalanobis spent a large portion of his initial life, and then founded genetics. The Department of Human Genetics was founded by him in this institute, and it was nurtured by C. R. Rao and others. J.V.S. Haldane had also joined the institute at that time. How did he begin? How did Mahalanobis begin? And this is the beginning, not just of Mahalanobis' own career in statistics, but also of the foundations of statistical science in India. In 1920, he went to the Indian Science Congress in Nagpur and met this Scottish gentleman by name Nelson Annandale, who was the director of the Zoological Survey of India at that time. And Nelson Annandale was interested in Anglo-Indians because they were a mixture between Indians and the Britishers, including the Scottish. So he was interested in understanding and studying them, and also trying to figure out, whether an Anglo-Indian can be understood to have more heritage from Indians or from Britishers, and those kinds of nebulous questions, because it's very difficult to answer those questions using just body dimensions. But nevertheless, those were the kinds of questions that Nelson Annandale had asked Mahalanobis, and Mahalanobis got interested. So this is Mahalanobis' first paper which was published in the Records of the Indian Museum, Anthropological Observations on the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta, and it came in many parts. It was a series of papers with the same title, Anthropological Observations on the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta. This was an analysis of male stature. I will just say one sentence that an outcome of all of these observations that Mahalanobis took on the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta and analyzed the data, an outcome of all of these observations was that the Anglo-Indians were a result of mating between Britishers and lower caste people from India. Now, whether you believe that or not is a different question, but that was one of the major conclusions of a large number of these various anthropometric measurements that he had taken on the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta, on Anglo-Indians of India. He then became interested in these kinds of racial differences, and the development of studies on racial differences was something that was picking up in the world. It was initiated by Carl Pearson in the 1920s, and Carl Pearson had actually proposed a measure of racial likeness or racial differences called the coefficient of racial likeness. Later, this was slightly transformed to another measure called C-squared. In 1921, along with Ms. Tilsley, which was, they did an analysis of the Burmese skull. Several Burmese skulls were found, and they did a study of Burmese skull, and again tried to find similarities and dissimilarities of the Burmese skull with skulls of other populations around. And there they used the coefficient of racial likeness, and that was the beginning of studies on racial differences using quantitative characters, and these are body dimensions, anthropometric characters. Mahalanobis got interested in this, and he actually wrote this in Shankha, volume 9, at about the same time, around then, 1920s, early 1920s, at about the same time, I had started the statistical analysis of anthropometric measurements of Anglo-Indians taken by the late Dr. N. Nelson Annandale, and had been considering the problem of classification. So given a particular skull, can you classify into two populations? I soon realized that Carl Pearson's C-squared, which I just mentioned, a coefficient of racial likeness, was probably a test of divergence between two samples rather than a measure of actual magnitude of the divergence. And he went on to state this, that when samples are drawn from two different populations, the magnitude of C-squared depends on the size of the sample. So he didn't believe that C-squared was actually measuring an intrinsic difference between two populations rather than rather it was the magnitude of C-squared was dependent on the size of the samples from these two populations that one had drawn. So he was not satisfied with the measure C-squared, and then went on to propose his measure D-squared, which I will not get into in any detail because most of us know this. 1925 and 1930 were the two seminal papers in which he proposed this measure of measure of divergence or measure of distance between two populations that he termed as D-squared, similar to C-squared. And the first paper in 1925 that he wrote was called Analysis of Race Mixture in Bengal. And in 1935, he wrote another paper, which was the actual paper where he proposed D-squared on tests and measures of group divergence. And this was published in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. Asiatic Society was a learned society. It still is a learned society, but it came as a surprise to many why he had published this in the Journal of Asiatic Society of Bengal. And Mahalanobis himself later provided an argument as to why he, or an explanation as to why he published this in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, and I'll come to that in a minute. He then undertook, first of all, he met with another anthropologist by the name D.N. Majumdar. D.N. Majumdar sort of goaded Mahalanobis that we should do a large-scale study on various multiple populations from a geographical area. And Mahalanobis then got convinced, and by then he had already proposed D-squared. So he actually wanted to find out how D-squared performed in actual practice in trying to understand relationships among populations. So this anthropometric survey of the United Provinces is like Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and that particular region, in 1941. Well, they started the study from about 1935. It was published in Shankar in 1941, and that was the title of the paper, where they looked at multiple population groups and tried to understand the relationships among these population groups based on body measurements. What were the population groups that they had chosen, and what was the kind of hypotheses that they were trying to test? So they have chosen two Brahmin groups who are at the top of the sociologically, they are at the top of the social stratum. They have chosen 4 artisan groups, something like middle caste groups, and 8 tribal groups. And then they had a series of populations where anthropologists, sociologists had actually propounded that this is how these populations were formed. And for example, Khatris, Muslims, and Agarias were proposed by sociologists to have been formed by the mixture of the Brahmin groups and the artisans group. By the way, Muslim might raise some tentacles in your own mind, but Muslims in Uttar Pradesh are mostly, and most parts of India, are mostly converts. So the Muslim population of Uttar Pradesh are a mixture. This is what the sociologists had proposed, and then there was another population group called Jamaat that was probably the sociologists claimed that the Jamaats arose as a result of admixture between artisan groups and tribal groups, and then they had a set of populations where they did not have any sociological explanation about their evolution. Bhatu, Habdu, Go, and Bhil are tribal population, but they are apparently quite admixed tribal population as opposed to these tribal populations whose names are not depicted. So, Mahalanobis and D.N. Majumdar and C.R. Rao, they collected data from all of these populations, and the intent was to find out whether what the sociologist said was or was not true using body dimensions. So this is what they set themselves out to do. And then I will just mention the conclusion that most of this was using multivariate analysis, various kinds of multivariate analysis, and particularly application of D-squared. So the conclusion was among the groups forming the main sequence, there is a close correspondence between social status and resemblance to Brahmins. So the Brahmins sort of were an outlier, and everybody else was somehow related to the Brahmins. However, they also came to this conclusion that there are a number of cases in which physical evidence definitely indicates possible origins contrary to accepted opinions. So the analysis of the body dimension, data on body dimensions, was contrary to what the sociologists believed in some of these cases. All that I'm trying to point out is that these kinds of hypotheses, sociological hypotheses, were testable and were actually tested by Mahalanobis, Majumdar, and Rao in this study of the United Provinces. The Mahalanobis was also acutely aware. By then, he had sort of given up on using the word race. The word race was being blacklisted in some ways because with the word race, there was a lot of oppression and other kinds of things. Hitler and all of this we know. So the word race was no longer something that people would use, and Mahalanobis was acutely aware of that. So he says that he adopted a neutral word group, and he explained what he meant by group. A group consists of individuals belonging to the same caste, religion, or tribe and living in the same district. So he was meticulous in the way, in the sense that he would actually define what he meant by group, and he no longer used the word race. Although you remember that in 1925, the first paper was called Analysis of Race Mixture in Bengal. So this is in the foreword to the Bengal Anthropometric Survey. The Bengal Anthropometric Survey was undertaken in 1945. Undivided Bengal, lots of populations, lots of caste and tribal populations from both sides of Bengal, East and West Bengal were taken. Mahalanobis by then had become greatly involved in planning and other national policy making, and so he extricated himself from this particular study, which was then spearheaded and led by D.N. Majumdar and C.R. Rao. As a matter of fact, in the Bengal Anthropometric Survey, C.R. Rao proposed, or using the data of Bengal Anthropometric Survey, C.R. Rao proposed a large number of interesting statistical methods. And I'm not going to get into the details of that. It has to do with classification has to do with the depiction of three-dimensional data on two dimensions, and so on and so forth. So one of the important contributions of this particular survey, the Bengal Anthropometry Survey, is the demonstration of regional differences within a social group. So they were talking about, they were partitioning variants into between and within, and also putting in a third dimension, which is geography. So one of the most important contributions is the demonstration of regional differences within the social group, that is between individuals adopting the same caste, tribal, or religious name, but living in different areas and districts. So there was a considerable amount of variation, heterogeneity, even among individuals within a social group, especially if they lived in two different areas or districts, two different geographical regions. This shows that a term like Brahmins of Bengal has to be used with some caution, because there was a lot of variation among the Brahmins of Bengal who were living, in disparate geographical regions within the state of Bengal. Another interesting feature is that sometimes there is closer resemblance between caste groups within the district than between individuals of the same caste group belong to different districts. So if two different caste populations were living close to each other, they seem to be more similar to each other in body dimensions compared to the same caste population living geographically apart. So this essentially is a feature that borne out in genetics as well, because then the possibility of matings between individuals, even if they don't belong to the same group, increases if they're living in close geographical proximity. And we now have a better explanation than was provided by D.S. Majumdar and C.R. Rao in the Bengal Anthropometric Survey that was published in Chowka in 1945. Mahalanobis realized, while analyzing the body dimension data, that he was quite dissatisfied at the end of these large surveys, and he made the statement that anthropometry alone cannot tell the tale. So the tale that they were trying to tell is essentially the admixture between populations, the relationships among populations as a result of matings of individuals in populations. This is what between individuals belonging to the populations, and this is what the tale that they were trying to reconstruct. And he said that anthropometry or body dimensions alone cannot tell the tale. We have to supplement by other physical, genetic, and serological data. Serological is like blood group. So this is what he proposed, that we need to expand our battery of measurements to not restrict it to just anthropometric measurements, but also to other physical measurements, but particularly genetic and serological measurements. I mentioned to you that that he published his paper, D-squared paper, in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, and Mahalanobis would be remembered even if he didn't contribute anything else to science because of the proposal of D-squared, which is very widely used in many branches of science, industry, and so on and so forth. On his 125th birth anniversary, I actually wrote the history of D-squared in the monthly bulletin of the Asiatic Society. But let me quote Mahalanobis himself, why he published this paper in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal and not in Biometrica, which was the lead journal of statistics at that time. So this is again published in Shankar, authored by Mahalanobis in his own words, and this is called the historical note on the D-squared statistic. So he says that I also use D-squared statistic for the analysis of extensive measurements given by Lundberg and Linders in their great publication Racial Characters of the Swedish Nation. So these two authors had actually published a book with lots and lots of measurements from people from Sweden. And Mahalanobis analyzed those data. I prepared a memoir containing theoretical work on D-squared statistic, its application to Swedish material, and comparison of about 750 values of C-squared and D-squared. Remember, C-squared is by Carl Pearson. Carl Pearson is the editor of Biometrica. Between C-squared and D-squared, to which I have already referred, and sent it to Carl Pearson in 1929 for publication in Biometrica, but the paper was not accepted for publication. Carl Pearson did accept the paper for publication, so he rejected the paper, and Mahalanobis then went ahead and published this paper in the Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal. In spite of that, when Carl Pearson passed away, Mahalanobis wrote to Pearson's son, I came in touch with him only for a few months, but I've always looked upon him as one of my masters and myself as one of his humble disciples. So that's essentially the greatness of Mahalanobis, who, in spite of the fact that he was, and this is not just one, I can spend an hour reciting the relationship between Carl Pearson and Mahalanobis on various scientific issues, but I won't do that. In spite of all of that, he was humble enough to say this when Carl Pearson passed away. I mentioned that Mahalanobis said that astrometry alone cannot tell the tale. We have to supplement by other physical, genetic, and serological data. And Dean Majumdar says that our experience with astrometry has not been convincing, and the blood group variations are also needed to be looked into. So slowly, from body dimensions, one came into more heritable characteristics, which are genetic characteristics. They started with blood groups, and blood group ABO blood groups is something that they looked at. And this was at the tail end of the Bengal Anthropometry Survey, where they collected a huge amount of data on body dimensions, but they looked at certain number of population groups and looked at their ABO blood group. Proportions of individuals belong to various blood groups for the ABO system, which is completely heritable. Environment has no impact on it. Environment has a major impact on body dimensions, as we get started. And therefore, when you're talking about the relationship between two populations based on body dimensions, you are actually confounding the heritable nature of these characteristics and the environmental impact on them and mixing the two. And therefore, you don't really get the true biological relationships between populations based on body dimensions. This doesn't happen with genetic characteristics because the environment really has no impact on your blood group. I mean, the environment cannot change your blood group. The environment can change your obesity, but cannot change your blood group. So anyways, so this is what it started with. But again, they very soon came to the conclusion that until we have reinforced our findings by data on other systems, MNS and RH blood groups, RH many of you know, MNS and RH, we do not think that the picture of blood groups based on the ABO system alone can give any clue to the ethnic origin of the caste in Bengal, or for that matter, of any other part of the country. So essentially, they were looking for clues of ethnic origin of the caste in Bengal. So this is what their intent was. Let me take a pause here, and what I'm going to do in the next few minutes is to tell you that after all of this, the biometry unit was set up in the Indian Statistical Institute. The biometry unit, Biometrica, statistical study of biological variation, the biometry unit was set up in the Indian Statistical Institute, where they looked at blood groups and various other kinds of things. From the biometric unit arose the human genetics unit, and that's when human genetics work started in the institute. And by then, Mahalanobis had moved away into looking at national problems, economic problems, etc. So these were too mundane, too small for him. C.R. Rao took over most of these activities. J.V.S. Haldane had joined by then, and he provided the impetus to all of these genetic activities, and the human genetics unit then went ahead to form various kinds of things. So, and I'm really sort of an inheritor of all of that heritage. And I have made some contributions of populations, genetic insights into the population and evolution, genetic evolution of these populations. Before I go on, I just have to make an acknowledgement that the work that I will describe could not have been done without the assistance, without the collaboration of a very large number of scientists. Many of them are colleagues in different institutes in India. Many of them are students who have done their PhDs. Many of them are postdocs who have done their work with me. And it could not have been done without major funding. And the major Indian funding that we received was from the Department of Biotechnology. And I'm extremely grateful for this to the Department of Biotechnology, and also to various international agencies, especially that I will describe, the work that I will describe towards the end of my talk. So I'm going to talk about evolution of humans, evolution as reconstructed from genes. Modern humans evolved in Africa about 150,000 years ago. This is primarily based on skulls and skeletal remains. That the skeletal remains have been aged have been, the ages of these skeletal remains have been estimated, and it seems that modern humans evolved in Africa about 150,000 years ago. And we didn't stay put in Africa. We were curious. We came out of Africa. I also want to put in a disclaimer that when I mention these dates like 150,000, all of these dates will have a plus minus a large amount of time. So bear with me, because there may be instances where you find that there are contradictory age estimates that are being given. There's a very nice picture movie that was done by Robert Redford and Meryl Streep called Out of Africa. Many of you may have seen it. It's a beautiful film, but it embodies the modern. The film embodies the modern influences from genetics of done on various populations in Africa and outside of Africa. When we evolved about 150,000 years ago, we were curious. We came out of Africa. We came out of Africa about 100,000 years ago, and we went places. One of the first places that we came to was India, not just because of its proximity, but whatever else there was, we came into India, and that was the date, estimates of the date were about 80,000 years ago. Again, we have also estimated these dates, and the entry into India could have been 70 or 80,000 years ago, after humankind came out of Africa about 100,000 years ago. We placed to be populated the US, the New World. We crossed the Bering Strait about 15 to 35,000 years ago, and populated North and South America. I will, like I said, and I'm going to focus on India, and only towards the end, I may have one or two slides contextualizing India with the rest of Asia. Ethnic composition of India is that we have a large number of tribal populations. These estimates of numbers are from the Anthropological Survey of India, about 450 tribal populations. These tribal populations have simple social organization and occupation. Occupation is mostly hunting and gathering. They speak languages that belong to three distinct linguistic families called Austroasiatic, Dravidian, Tibeto-Burman. Tibeto-Burman languages are spoken in the northeast. Dravidian languages are spoken in the southern parts of India. Austroasiatic languages are kind of fragmented, and they're spoken in central and east India. Several tribal populations speak the Austroasiatic language. There are about 4,000 caste populations, and this includes many various subcastes. The caste populations have a complex hierarchical social organization. The society is divided into hierarchies, and they carry out a variety of occupations. They speak languages belong to the Indo-European, Dravidian, and Tibeto-Burman. Indo-European languages are spoken in the north, Dravidian in the south, Tibeto-Burman in the northeastern parts of India. And then we have about 150 religious and migrant groups, Iranis, Parsis, and so on. They also have very complex social organization and carry out a variety of occupations. They also speak languages similar to the caste. If you haven't noticed yet, the Austroasiatic family of speech is spoken exclusively by the tribals in India. The first thing that we wanted to figure out, and this is from our own work done in this institute, is to find out whether the tribal populations or the caste populations, if we pool all of that, and we sampled from all over India, we pooled the caste population. The first question that we asked is, where is where's the extent of genomic heterogeneity? Is it greater among the caste populations or the tribal populations? We looked at the genome has DNA that's embedded in the various chromosomes that are within the nucleus. Outside of the nucleus, also there is DNA material that's called the mitochondria. So we looked at variation in the mitochondria. We looked at variation in the Y chromosome, which is mitochondria is maternally inherited. Y chromosome is paternally inherited, and then we have autosomal chromosomes that half of which come from my mother and half of which have come from my father. So we looked at the genome of the human in various ways, and anyway, which way we looked at it, it turned out that the tribal populations had higher amount of heterogeneity, higher amount of genetic differentiation compared to the caste, as you can see in each of these graphs. That where we are looking at different components of the genomes of each one of us. What is the implication of the fact of the finding that that tribal populations have a greater amount of heterogeneity compared to the caste populations. Essentially, the genetic heterogeneity accumulates over evolutionary time. So if you have two populations, one which has accumulated a larger amount of heterogeneity compared to the other population, the heterogeneity is accumulated because the first population has evolved for a longer period of time compared to the second population. Again, these have been mathematically modeled. We have very interesting probabilistic models for these kinds of things, but I will not get into that. And we use those probabilistic models in order to even estimate the time of evolution duration during which a particular population would have evolved. I'm not getting into those nitty-gritty details because I don't have the time, but overall, what I will say is that the tribal populations are older than other inhabitants of India. So we also looked at tribal populations who speak different languages, meaning that they live in different regions of India and so on and so forth. So we looked at a whole series of, we asked ourselves a whole series of questions and looked at relationships among these groups, and we had some quite interesting inferences. No time to describe those inferences, all of them, but we did publish this major paper, which is called, we titled as Ethnic India, a genomic view with special reference to peopling and structure. How did they evolve, and what's the current contemporary structure of these genomic structure of these populations? The question that was of great interest to all of us, and not just us, but the rest of the world, how many different ancestral types are there? We all couldn't have been ancestors. Many of these populations are derived populations resulting from a mixture between ancestral populations. And so one of the most important questions in population genetics that also continues to be very important now, continues to be very important even now, is if we have a population, can you estimate how many these individuals are a result of admixture between how many ancestral populations? So that was something that we embarked on, and there were two groups that were competing with each other. One anchored in the Indian Statistical Institute, and the other anchored in the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology. They beat us to it. The reason I will tell you in a minute. They beat us to it by about a year in terms of publication. So this is what the CCMB group, the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology group, founded. They said that these Indian populations, there were two ancestral populations, hypothetical ancestral populations, which they called as ancestral North Indian population and ancestral South Indian population. And they said that all populations of India have two ancestral populations, an ancestral North Indian and an ancestral South Indian, and the admixture, the level of admixture is variable across, variable for these different populations. So essentially, their estimate of ancestral type was 2. And they estimated for the populations that they had considered, they estimated the extent of admixture between these two ancestral populations. The reason why they beat us to it is because they had greater access to funds. These are expensive enterprises. Do genomics is expensive. We didn't have as much funds. Some of it was provided by the institute. Some of it was provided by the Department of Biotechnology, yet nowhere near the amount of money that they had. And because they were collaborating with the MIT Broad Institute group, who had a lot of funding, and so this is the paper that they wrote, and their paper was published in Nature in 2009. Anyways, we continued to do our work, and I think we did our work slightly better because we got better estimates of the number of ancestral types, and I'll tell you why we came to a more reasonable conclusion about the number of ancestral types. So let me explain this. First of all, our population sampling was much better. In this particular study that the CCMB group had done, they had not included any tribal population. You cannot talk about population groups in India without sampling the tribals, primarily because there is ample evidence to show that the tribal populations precede the caste population. So you can't actually ignore the tribal populations and make statements about peopling and population structure of India, and that's where we sort of beat them to it in the sense that our population sampling was much better. Each point on this graph is an individual that belongs to one of these populations. The two axes, the x-axis is the first principal component, extracted on the basis of about 1 million genetic markers or genetic variants. The y-axis is the second principal component. And so this is the distribution of these individuals on these two principal components. What one sees is that there is a cluster of individuals who are very distinct from this particular line of individuals or this particular straight line of individuals. These are individuals who are the Jawas and Onges that belong to the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The one thing that immediately tells us as a result of this graph is that the Jawas and Onges are very different from populations of mainland India, likely that they had a different ancestor from populations of mainland India. So what we did was to analyze this data after excluding the Jawas and Onges because they were, in this entire enterprise, they were kind of outliers. And so we removed the outliers and then looked at the data. Once we removed the Jawas and Onges, and these are the remaining populations, if you redo the principal components analysis, what one finds is that this is what one finds, the distribution. And if you look at these individuals and which populations they belong, all of these individuals are populations belong to the northeast. These are individuals that are these individuals are Bhos, Santhals, Korwas, Birhors, they're all Central Indian populations. These individuals are Irulas, Kadars, Panyans. These individuals are individuals from southern India, and these are individuals from North India, West Bengal Brahmins, Gujarati Brahmins, and so on and so forth, Marathas. So there is a distinct, as you can see, there is a distinct clustering by geographical region based on genetic data. So what we asked ourselves is that, okay, this is interesting, but how many ancestors are there? So how do we estimate the number of ancestors? We take the data of each individual, the genomic data of each individual, and form a likelihood equation, essentially that has a parameter K, which is the number of ancestral populations. These ancestors, we don't know who they are, but that's a hypothetical parameter. And then we feed this data into the likelihood equation, get a maximum likelihood estimate of K, and which also gives us then the admixture estimate based on K for each individual in this particular graph, in this particular population. So our best estimate was K equal to 4. So we proposed that there are 4 ancestral populations in India and not 2. And let me explain this graph. On the x-axis, each dot comprises an individual. And on the y-axis, it goes from 0 to 1, which is the proportion of the genome of that individual that belongs to these 4 colors. And these 4 colors are 4 ancestors. So if you look at an individual here, this individual has a certain extent of Dravidian ancestor, certain extent of Indo-European ancestor, and some amount of Austroasiatic ancestor. So this is, the level of admixture, as you can see, varies across these different individuals. And the Dravidian admixture is highest in South India, or component is highest in South India, Indo-European component is highest in northern parts of India, and so on. So it pans out geographically. So essentially, the ancestral population, there is a confounding between the ancestral populations and geography. We published this paper in proceedings of the US National Academy of Sciences a year after that paper was published in Nature. We then said that, okay, so this is what we have found, that there are 4 ancestral populations. How do Indian populations relate to populations from other parts of Asia? So we collaborated with a large number of other groups from other countries in Asia, including Pakistan. I had a friend in Pakistan who was very interested in these kinds of work. So we collaborated, and essentially we published our paper. We've got a cover in Nature, and this is something that we're very proud of. So I'm not going to describe to you all of the findings that we did, that we had in terms of situating the populations of India vis-a-vis the other populations of Asia. But let me tell you this, that what we did in this project was, in the earlier project, we looked at 1 million positions on the genome of these individuals. Our genomes have 3 billion positions, and we looked at 1 million variable positions in these individuals. In this project, what we did was to sequence technologies, genomic technologies had continued to evolve. And now we have the wherewithal to be able to sequence our entire genome, all of the 3 billion nucleotides that we have. So in this particular project, we actually did what's called WGS, which is whole genome sequencing of all of these individuals, the total number of individuals, and these are various populations that we sampled from India. These are populations from Pakistan that my friend collaborated with us, and the total number of individuals that we sequenced was 600. We had much more DNA, but we didn't have the money to sequence them. So we sequenced about 600 individuals, and this is the conclusion that we've gotten. And I'm only restricting myself to the Indian component of this Asian project. So these are individuals that are resident in mainland India, and these are the Jarvas and Hongis. And Jarvas and Hongis, even on whole genome sequencing, turn out to be outliers. As you can see, that there is we couldn't actually put it on the same graph. So there's a gap here. So and the gap is large. So this is really an outlier. So the Jarvas and Hongis have a separate ancestry. And as you can see in this particular picture, even though the colors are different, you can you can only identify 4 different colors. So even on whole genome sequencing, our earlier inference based on looking at specific positions in the genome pan out. That there are in the mainland of the populations of mainland India have 4 ancestries, and the island population, Andaman Nicobar Islands, they have a separate ancestry. We looked at the extent of admixture for each of these individuals, and they more or less agreed with what our earlier inferences were. So we think that we have a robust estimate of the number of ancestors in all of the populations of India, of mainland India, which is 4. We cannot, of course, identify the ancestral populations because they're all of the ancestors have contributed to the genomes of the present day Indians. So separately, we can't identify the ancestral populations, but there is a confounding between ancestors and geography, as I mentioned before. This also provided us with some idea of novel genes that predispose us to various kinds of diseases. I will not talk about this very much, but these whole genome sequence data, if you're collecting along with it other kinds of data on diseases and so on, have a great power to tell you what kind of genome, what kind of genetic alterations are associated with other kinds of diseases. Not going to go into this. I will spend the last 5 minutes of my talk telling you that very interesting cultural phenomena can also be deciphered using genes. And I'll give you just one example of that. And this has to do with agriculture. So if you look at culture, information that's capable of affecting behavior of individuals acquired from other individuals through teaching, imitation, and other forms of social learning. So that's essentially what cultural transmission is. And cultural transmission can actually be deciphered using genetic transformation, and I'll give you one example of that. As a matter of fact, cultural change transmission, cultural change can be modeled as a Darwinian process comprising the selective retention of favorable culturally transmitted variants, as well as various non-selective processes such as drift. Forget the last phrase of my sentence, but as all of us know, the Darwinian process is essentially favoring natural selection, favoring certain selected traits, and those traits that are favorable in that environmental milieu will be selected for, and those individuals who possess those traits will actually be will survive better and create better, will pass on the trait to the next generation better, and that's what the Darwinian process is. And cultural change also can be modeled as a Darwinian process. I will not get into too much of this. I will leave this. Just to mention that as we move, our genes move. So as people move, genes move with them. That's always remember. I'm going to not describe the entire graph or map. I'm going to focus myself on this particular region of the world, the West Asian region, which is called the Fertile Crescent, Syria, Lebanon, Turkey. That's called the Fertile Crescent. That's where modern forms of agriculture arose about 11,000 years ago. And this estimate comes from pollen grains and various in the shapes and sizes of various grains that we are not capable of analyzing, but there is a whole field of palynology where they can analyze grains of various crops and estimate when those grains may have been cultivated in that particular region. So we'll focus our attention to the Fertile Crescent region, which was the seat of modern agriculture. And modern agriculture today has spread all over the world. So people who actually, what would I say, invented agriculture in the Fertile Crescent region, they moved from the Fertile Crescent region to other parts of the world and actually taught people in other parts of the world how to cultivate, how to perform agriculture. Can we, the question that we asked is, can we look at their genes and find out what kind of movements have taken place? So that's the question that we're asking. And if you look at this, that we did, collaborators were able to identify one particular genetic marker, let me just call it as a marker, one particular genetic marker that's in very high frequency here and arose about the same time as agriculture, about 11,000 years ago. So this marker in the evolutionary process of humans arose about 11,000 years ago, concurrent with the invention of agriculture. As you move out of this region, you see that there is a dilution in the frequency of that particular marker, which essentially means that as people move from this, they carry that particular marker, but because of admixture with local populations elsewhere, there was a dilution of that marker. The frequency of the marker in populations far away from the Fertile Crescent was smaller. So this is So what one can see is that agriculture arose here, and people moved out of the Fertile Crescent region, essentially teaching people how to cultivate and how to perform agriculture. This was the status when we started our work. India had not been covered, and we were very interested in knowing whether the same wave of migration of people from Fertile Crescent also came into India, which means that, or the interpretation of that would be that modern forms of agriculture were transported from the West Asian region, from the Fertile Crescent region into India. Again, I'll skip this. This is something that we defined the genetic marker map while looking at this particular question. So this is what the map looked like in terms of agriculture and this particular genetic variant that we were looking at. And when we expanded it, what one sees is that, well, the color is different, but doesn't really matter. What one sees is that the same wave of migration also came into India. So modern forms of agriculture arose in the Fertile Crescent region and moved into India through West Asia and to other parts of the world. So that was the relationship between, if you consider agriculture as a cultural trait, the transmission of that cultural trait went hand in hand with the transmission of the genetic trait as well. On the other hand, there were other evidence that agriculture, ancient agriculture arose in India in ancient times, and as a matter of fact, today that's being invoked, that agriculture went to other places from India. So we are becoming very touchy about India and saying that lots of things went. But when you look at it, both from from a genetic point of view, indeed, if you look at those palynological evidence where you find food grains and so on, you do find that there are these 4 seeds. And then if you look at genetic data, you'll see that there are these dark centers which sort of coincide with wherever these pollen grains were found, not pollen grains, these fossilized grains of crops were found. But if you estimate the age of this, the age estimate was about 14,000 years, which actually predates agriculture. The upshot of this is that the agriculture in its rudimentary form, in its early form, in its ancient form, actually arose in India, but it actually didn't move out of India to other parts of the world. Modern forms of agriculture that we practice in India today actually moved into India from West Asia, and that's corroborated by the genetic evidence. I will stop here, and I thank you for your attention. I have actually written up this in a volume in Shankar that was published some time back. also contains this article also contains some historical anecdotes or historical evidence about formation of the human genetics, evolution of human genetics in the Indian Statistical Institute, and how Indian Statistical Institute contributed to expansion of human genetics activities in other institutions of India. Thank you very much for your attention.
So, if you have any question, please let me know. Any question?
Good. Thank you very much. Either nobody understood me or I was very clear.
Anyway, so let us, on behalf of ISI and ISI, let us thank Professor Parthipadam Malinda. We have really taken a lot of trouble to be present today. I know it personally because I had invited him and he had a lot of difficulty. But he did it. Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, sir, for the interesting talk. I now request Dr. Muhammad Zafarani, Secretary, ISI Alumni Association, to conclude by giving a vote of thanks.
It doesn't give you the extent of vote of thanks. At the outset, I thank Professor Malinda for accepting our invitation and delivering a wonderful lecture, very thought-provoking, and we learned many things from this session. I'm grateful to the director, Professor Shamata Mandapata, for gracing this occasion and sitting right to the entire lecture in spite of this issue. Thanks also due to our chairman, ISI Chairman, Professor Srivastava, who organized this function, and totally with a little support from my side. I'm grateful to all of the alumni who came here all the way from New Zealand and other parts of the country, India, and from the world also. And I understand that there will be extensive discussions and adda during a couple of days, and I hope you enjoy it. I'm grateful to my colleagues from the CSSC, the reprography unit, and audiovisual unit for extending the support for the this program. And last but not least, I should also thank ISI administration for their support. And to all my colleagues from ISI, to the students who for me, I am grateful, and I hope you'll have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
We'll now take a break for 10 minutes, during which you can enjoy the refreshments available in the lobby. We will return with the cultural segment for the evening. Shortly.
দিদি এখান থেকে কোণে হাত দেখা কোণে হাত দেখালে হাত দেখালে আমার চলে আসবে ঠিক আছে এখানে বস হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ সব দাম ওকে সব দিয়ে দিচ্ছি ল্যাপটপ সব সাজানো তো এই যে আমাকে বলে দিলেই হবে এটা দেখছি কোন গানটা ও তোমার ঠিক করে দিয়েছে গান কোনখানটা বাচ্চা এখন আরেকটু এদিকে শিফট করি মাইক্রোফোন সেন্টার আমি দিচ্ছি কিছু কথা বলা একটা বলবা ধুমধাম ক্লাস ভাই হ্যাঁ এখন টেস্টিং করো না আমি আসছি টেনশন নেই মনিটর লাগবে মনিটর লাগবে হ্যাঁ একটু দিয়ে দাও ঠিক আছে মনিটর দিয়ে দিই তারপরে আমি বাইরেটা দিয়ে দেব না যা যা ভাই বলবি আমি যাই আমি আজ থাক না আমি দিচ্ছি তো একবার এই দুটো মনিটর আছে হ্যাঁ বেস্ট একটু লাগবে বেস্ট একটু লাগবে তুই মজা বেস্ট একটু তার বেশি বাড়বেও না কমবেও না আমরা দেখে দিচ্ছি আমায় শুধু বলে দিও কখন কার তো আমি তখন করবো এখন হয়ে যাবে খাবারটা বলো
আর মানে আমি 1 2 3 করে মার্ক করে রেখেছি, মানে অর্ডারে আছে সব প্রোডাক্টটা যা যা ট্র্যাক করা আছে।
আমি এগুলো নাম্বারিং করে পাঠাচ্ছি।
তুমি একবার মাইক্রোফোনটা ঠোকা মারো, ঠোকা মারো, ঠোকা মারো, ঠোকা মারো। ওকে। ওকে চলো।
এটা চেক করে দিও।
দেখো
নানাটা বলছে
কি হচ্ছে ভাই?
এটা বুঝতে পারছি না।
সাউন্ড
কমাও।
সাউন্ড একবারে জিরো।
একবার জিরো করো।
জিরো না, মোটামুটি মিডিলে রাখো।
হ্যাঁ
মিডিলে হ্যাঁ
করছি।
ঠিক আছে, অন করছি।
নর্মাল ওইটা বাজে, যেরকম বাজে
কই না না এই এখানে স্টার্ট মেগার কিছু ক্লিয়ার নেই। ইকো আছে আমি তো কি আছে
এটা 2 বছর লাগবে, তারপর ধরবে 2 বার বাজবে। ওখানে শুনে নিবি একবার, তারপর
কানেক্ট হয়ে যায় এটা সাউন্ড ওখানে ফুল
ঠিক আছে।
ব্যাপারটা দিলে না ব্যাপারটা
ঠিক আছে ঠিক लाइट देखिएगा उसके बाद वो चिंता नहीं, हम आके लगा देंगे। ऐसा बात नहीं है, तो ऑक्सीजन ठीक है चल जाएगा ना, तो लाइन वहाँ सब हम डाल के जाएंगे रविवार को। ऐसे लाइन ना तो फिर चले जाएंगे
ঠিক আছে।
যা চাইবে তাই নিজের ওয়াইফাই কানেক্ট করবো জিনিস আমার নিজের ওয়াইফাই যথেষ্ট ওইটা পাওয়ার নেই শোনা যায় ওইটা হবে ও তো পেতে হবে ভাই এবার তোমারটা রেডি করি ঠিক আছে কানকি পাঠিয়ে দেবো তোমাদের সব কেন স্টার মেকার কেন ইউটিউব
এটা তো ঠিকঠাক আছে আমার ফোনে
ঠিক আছে তুমি চালিয়ে নিও নিজের রেসপন্সিবিলিটি ওই যে ওর যেমন ইকো মানে হলিং হয়ে যাচ্ছে যেন কি হচ্ছে এটা কেমন করে মনেই হচ্ছে
হ্যাঁ ওর ফোন ঠিক আছে।
এইটা কোথায় আছে তোমারটা এই স্যার দুটো স্ট্যান্ড আমি যাচ্ছি
যা, আমি দেখি। ঠিক আছে ও দোকান আছে
আপনি খাবারটা
রিক্সা কাপ
না আমি ডাউনলোড করে এখানে ফোল্ডারে আছে এখানে তাও তো হচ্ছে না
সাউন্ড বাড়িয়ে দিবি
সাউন্ড বাড়াবো ঠিক আছে আমি বেস্ট একটু বাড়বে হ্যাঁ হ্যাঁ সামনে বাড়ি এটাই বেশি হ্যাঁ স্টেপ সামনে খালি অ্যাডজাস্ট হ্যাঁ আউটসাইডে সাউন্ড এটা শুনে আমি সামনে সাউন্ড পাচ্ছি শুনে আসুন ওকে একটু রিদমে বাজাতে বলুন এখন তিনটে বন্ধ করে দিচ্ছি এখন তো ইনোগ্রেশন হবে আমরা একটা স্টার্ট করছি দাঁড়ান 1 2 3 ঠিক আছে
Hello. Hello.
বলুন
I will request everybody to please take their seats. We are going to start the cultural ceremony shortly.
We need to go and make that announcement outside.
সরে যাও তো ঘরটা খোলা আছে তো ঠিক আছে এটা রাখুন না জাস্ট উপরে রাখুন খুলে গেল এই খুলে গেলেই ব্যাস দাঁড়ান দাঁড়ান শুরু হবে তখন আর হাত না দিলেই আপনি একটা কাজ করুন, এদিকে ধরুন এইখানে বন্ধ হবে না, ঠিক আছে?
এখন হাঁটা চলা করে তখন রাখবে দাঁড়িয়ে
Before we start, I will request everyone to put their phone on silent mode.
বাইরে থেকে ওখানে গেল সলিউশন মেল থেকে দেখে নাও, সেন্ড করেছো না তোমার নিজের মেলেই তো সেন্ড করে, সেন্ড মেলে দেখো ওটা কেন তা নিচে না পড়ে গেছো, এই তো তুমি পাঠিয়ে একটা হয়েছে ওদের প্রোগ্রামটা কাট মাঝে কেটে আরে সমস্যার সময় আমাকে যেতে হবে ভাই হেলিকপ্টার না আমার ভাই, আমি এখান থেকে ব্যারাকপুর যেতে হবে, 5টা গাড়ির মধ্যে পৌঁছতে হবে ব্যারাকপুর, হ্যাঁ 12-13 কিলোমিটার রাস্তায়। হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম ঠিক আছে, ম্যাডামকে ডাকতে হবে। ঠিক আছে তুমি করে দিও না, যখন ট্র্যাক লাগবে না পেন নিয়ে আসবে ঠিক আছে আমাকে তোমাকে ইশারা করে দিও একদম।
I'm pleased to welcome you all to the cultural segment of today's program, but I would request you all to put your phones on the silent mode. PCM was also deeply interested in the intersection of science, culture, and society. He believed that statistical science could provide insights into the social structure and cultural patterns of Indian society, and he sought to integrate scientific approaches into cultural and social understanding. He shared a strong bond with Rabindranath Tagore, and despite his prominence in the scientific community, held a profound appreciation for the brilliance of Tagore's works. His work at ISI, which became a hub for the intellectual exchange, attracted many brilliant minds who contributed to both the academic and cultural spheres of India. But before we begin this evening's cultural program, we will take a moment of silence to honor the tabla legend, Ustad Zakir Hussain, who left for his heavenly abode on 15 December 2024. Silence in mourning isn't just the absence of sound, it is an active form of remembrance and reverence. I request everybody present here to stand and mourn the legend with a minute of silence. That was Srijit Bhattacharya, a second year B-Star student of ISI. Thank you, Srijit, for your vibrant of the recital. Let us welcome Mrs. Srimoy Bhoni, co-worker and a cherished presence in ISI's cultural festivities, along with Oshit Bhattacharya, a second year B-Star student of ISI, to present their song.
মোবাইল চ্যাপ্টার
লো
সাউন্ড দেবে তুমি এক নম্বরটা অফ করো এক নম্বরটা অফ হাফ দি
অনলাইন আবার কেনা
ওখানে একটা দিয়ে দিচ্ছি আর আপনার দুটো তাই ধরুন আমি তুমি কি হাতে নেবে না তোমার স্ট্যান্ড স্ট্যান্ড দিলে তুমি নাও ওখান থেকে চারটা অন করতে চারটা তোমার স্ট্যান্ডার প্রয়োজন হবে
অন করবো? এটা সাউন্ডটা তুমি এখন on করো। দেখা লুজ হয়ে গেল। পড়ে যাবে দাঁড়াও যেতে থাকো। তাই আপনি পারবে? এখন নামিয়ে দাও, এখন নামিয়ে দাও। নামা নামা, ঠিক আছে কতটা চল। But একটু আমি পাচ্ছি।
বুঝিছে ভুবনে আনন্দ ধারা, বুঝিছে ভুবনে দীন রজনী অমৃত রস ধরে যায় আনন্দ রে আনন্দ ধারা, বুঝিছে ভুবনে আনন্দ ধারা, বুঝিছে ভুবনে শশী অঞ্জলি ভরিয়া সদা শশী অঞ্জলি ভরিয়া সদা জীবনে কিরণে আনন্দ ধারা, বুঝিছে ভুবনে আনন্দ ধারা, উঠেছে তোমারে एक तरफ तो हाथी झूलते हैं दूसरे असफ खड़े एक तरफ तो हाथी झूलते हैं दूसरे असफ खड़े एक तरफ शिव जी बैठे हेरे रतन जय सुदामा मंदर गए सुदामा या तो अति मोरी राम मंडया कौन भूप पुत जय सुदामा শিয়া আসবেন আপন রে স্বার্থ নিবারণে শিয়া আসবেন আপন রে স্বার্থ নিবারণে চারিদিকে দেখো চারি হৃদয় প্রসারী চারিদিকে দেখো চারি হৃদয় প্রসারী জীবনে Thank you for your wonderful performance. Now please give a warm round of applause for Sahib Narpedamili, a first-year MTech Computer Science student, as he takes the stage for his dance performance. He will be doing the Ganesh Vandanakshu dance.
মাইক্রোফোনটা সরিয়ে দাও আমি দেখি ভাই একবার আসবে হ্যাঁ আসবে আমি অ্যাডজাস্ট করবো মাইক্রোফোনটা তুই জাস্ট সরিয়ে দাও ওটা অফ করতে হয় অফ করে দাও আমি তার বাকি তো অফ করে দিচ্ছি এটা আছে পড়ে
ঠিক করে রাখবে, মাইক্রোফোন পড়ে গেলে কেটে যাবে। ওটা খুলে গেছে ওটা। এই অ্যারেঞ্জমেন্ট গুলো দেখে নেবে। নাম্বার 1 রেডি।
Thank you, Sahib, for your performance. Let us warmly welcome to the stage Professor Amita Majumdar, an esteemed alumnus and former faculty member of ISI, who will be performing bhajans for us. I also request Mr. Devango Dey to accompany her in the tabla.
What is for you? গিটারের কলটা খারাপ।
সুদর্শন দা 257 257 দাও আর তুমি স্যানিটাইজারটা দিয়ে দাও ওটা একটু কত নম্বর দাও হ্যাঁ ওটা 3 তিনটা তুমি ইয়েতে দেবে হারমোনিয়াম হ্যাঁ ওকে
হ্যাঁ দিয়ে দিন
মাইক্রোফোনটা এখন উঠবে ও আচ্ছা আচ্ছা এদিকে টানতে হবে সুদর্শন দা মাইক নামিয়ে ঘোরাও
ঠিক আছে
হ্যাঁ সুদর্শন দা এদিকে টেবিল ক্লথটা অড হয়ে গেছে টেনে নামানো যাবে একটু তবলাটা তুলে হ্যাঁ আমি দিচ্ছি ওটা দাঁড়ান ম্যাম অন আছে
Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to have been invited here to sing songs, but as you can hear my voice, it's in very bad shape. Well, I should not be singing here, but I'm tempted to sing here because of the presence of one person here, Professor S. Ramakrishnan, who will be accompanying me. And I have requested him and I insist that he comes here and accompanies me. And this song I'm going to sing goes way back I think in the 1970s. In 1975, we performed together. He played the mridangam. He's an excellent mridangam player. It's bad that I didn't know he's coming, so I should have asked him to bring his mridangam here. Anyway, actually, I feel kind of out of place here because in this cultural group, because I'm so much older than these people, the card says students and current and past staff of ISI. It will perform by. I of course belong to the past staff group. Technically speaking, I'm also a student, but though not a current student. Only thing I did my BStat when these people were not even born in 1976, and passed my MStat from here, that is 1977. So Ramada, I call him Ramada. He's 3 years senior to me. Please. Please excuse me for my voice. I may stop in the middle.
Rama will fill it.
তোর মনে আছে তো গানটা?
গান করে রিভার হ্যাঁ গান করে
ঠিক আছে ওটা ঠিক আছে তোমার গানটা মনে হচ্ছে
Feels very nostalgic. Feels very nostalgic.
That instrument is it? My apologies. Sorry. Thank you so much. I'm not a tabla player, but sure, my apologies.
No, it's a positive. Huh? No, it's just teaching I do.
ঠিক আছে
Think of that.
Thank you, ma'am. Now, let us warmly applaud Mahalanobis, a junior research fellow from the Geological Studies Unit, ISI Kolkata, as she graces the stage with her dance performance. Yes.
ও তো বলবে স্টার্ট করবো লাইট করবো মানে লাইট অডিয়েন্স লাইট
খোলদার মধুমার রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়, দেখো খরা আরো চলি যায়, রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়। খোলদার মধুমার রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়, আর দক্ষিণ হাওয়ার সাথে সে ভিতরে নাচিয়া যায়। আজ বধুয়া রাখি পাবে স্বপনের খোলদার বধুয়া রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়। বলে যায় ওই বলে রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়, দেখো মোরা চলি যায়, রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়। আজ দক্ষিণ হাওয়ার সাথে সে ভিতরে নাচিয়া যায়, রাখি রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়। রয়েছে সে দাঁড়ায়। Thank you, Paulami. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Oman Chakraborty, a first-year B-Stat student, and Onshik Bhattacharya, a second-year B-Stat student from ISI for their solo performances. Mr. Devango David accompanied them on tabla.
ঠিক আছে
তুমি এখানে আসো, এটা বন্ধ করো। তুমি ওটা প্রোগ্রামিং আছে জানো? ওদের যে এক্সপেরিমেন্ট করে গেছে
কি দেবো?
মাইক্রোফোন অ্যাডজাস্ট করবে।
ঠিক আছে চলে
প্রোগ্রাম গুলো তারা আগে দেখে নাও কে কোথায়। একটু কত কত দেখে নাও তো, একটু টুকো টুকো দেখি। ওকে, ওটা 3 নাম্বারটা দেবে তবলায়। দিয়ে দাও, দিয়ে দাও, দেরি করো, ওই দুটো দিয়ে দাও। আগে
আমার এখন তো অফ করা তুমি এখন অ্যাডজাস্ট করে নাও লেন্সটা দেখো
দেখতে পাচ্ছি
এবার দাও দেখে 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 দাও 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 লেট করো না বাড়ি যাবে না হ্যাঁ ওর একটা মাইক লাগবে আর আরেকটা আছে তো স্ট্যান্ড ওই তো ওইটা দিয়ে আরো নামবে আরো অনেকে নামবে সোজা ভাবে দেবে এই হ্যাঁ সোজা অন করো ওটা অন করো বলো বলো বলো
একটা জোরে মাইক এটা ওকে দিব
এটাও জোরে আছে আমি জোরে করে দিয়েছি চাপ নেই না এটা ঠিক আছে টেস্টেড দাঁড়াও ওটাই বলছি না ঠিক আছে তোমার
তারপর
করবে সামনে না একটু সামনে না এদিক থেকে বুঝলেন না করেছো করে দাও করে দাও এখন মন থাকে না চাপ নেই একটু কমবে নয়েজ নেবে কমবে তো
কত যে রাতে কেটেছে ধারা মনের কত যে রাতে কত যে রাতে কেটেছে ধারা মনের আশায় দিয়েছে মন সকল দরদে সরনারি পারি না ফিরে সরনারি Sari Baba, Baba Nani Baba, Sari Baba, Baba Baba, Baba Nani Baba, Parina Piri, Sadonadani, Sadonadani, Sadonadani.
Thank you for your wonderful performance. Now let us warmly welcome Nandita Shane, a second year B-Stat student, as she presents a dance performance.
তোর গান হয়ে গেছে না না আরো আছে গান তুই আমার হেল্প করবে না ঠিক আছে চল লাইট রেডি না লাইট দিতে হবে না ও লাইট বন্ধ করতে বলে যা আছে তাই না ওটা আমি বন্ধ করি বন্ধ কিছু দিতে হবে এই লাইট দিতে হবে
মুছুরিত যাবে দিবানিশি করিত দিশিরি মন সমুখে মুরতি পড়েছে পরিণরে এসো দেবী এসো এসো দেবী এসো শেখোনা 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 গোপনে শেখোনা মনোরকে ছায়াময় মায়াময় সাজে হৃদয় কমল মনোমাংসে মধুর খনি বাজে হৃদয় কমল মনোমাংসে Hello, thank you, Monica. Let us extend a warm welcome to Dipankana Banerjee from Library Division for her song performance.
वो स्टैंड नहीं चाहिए स्टैंड 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 देवा আছে স্ট্যান্ড आप ये दिली তোমার ট্র্যাকটা চেক করো কভার করো লুজ হবে তো ঠিক আছে যে প্রবলেম হলেই ব্যাস দেখো চালাও সিগন্যাল আসছে না এখন দিন চেক চেক ওকে প্রথম থেকেই হবে
হ্যাঁ দেখ
দেখি তোমার কোটা দিও শোনাই তো চালু আছে কথা বল
Hello.
ওকে হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে আমার এদিকে রেডি দেবে
অজানা দিক কেউ ডাকছে আলোর টিক ডাক বাক্সে এমন দিক সুর পিকনিক ওই আকাশেতে রোদ ঝিকমিক ওই দেখো সূর্যে গেল পাবে গান বাজে ময়দান পাবে শুনছি গান বাজে গান বাজে ময়দানের পানে এই জীবনের সহজ পাঠে শব্দের ছোট ভালো বন্ধু কথা উড়ছে কথা জুড়ছে খুশি খুচরোর সঞ্চয় কার ঠোঁটে অসুখ ফুটে ফোটে বর্ণ পরিচয় কথা উড়ছে কথা জুড়ছে খুশি খুচরোর সঞ্চয় কার ঠোঁটে অসুখ ফুটে ফোটে বর্ণ পরিচয় হলো অল্প পরিচয় হলো অল্প অভিনয় আরো বেশি যদি হয় হলে হুকরাম কলেজ স্ট্রিট ভেজা ট্রামে খড়কুটো বৃষ্টি নামে গলির পথ ভব ঘুরে ঘুরির গান গেল উড়ে ওই দেখো সূর্যি গেল বামে গান বাজে ময়দান কনসার্টে ওই দেখো সূর্যি গেল বামে গান বাজে ময়দান কনসার্টে এই জীবনে সহজ পাঠে শব্দের ছোট ভালো বন্ধু কথা উড়ছে কথা জুড়ছে খুশি খুঁজে আর সঞ্চয় আর ঠোঁটে অসুখ ফুটে ফোটে বর্ণ পরিচয় কথা উড়ছে কথা জুড়ছে খুশি খুচরোর সঞ্চয় আর ঠোঁটে অসুখ ফুটে ফোটে বর্ণ পরিচয় হলো অল্প পরিচয় হলো অল্প অভিনয় আরো বেশি যদি হয় হলে হুকরাম নমস্কার Thank you, Deepamana. Now, our anchor of today's event, ISI Alumni, Senior Research Fellow of Geological Studies Unit, will present a Hindi poetry for us. नमस्कार, मैं आज आपके सबके समक्ष एक कविता प्रस्तुत करने जा रही हूँ जिसका शीर्षक है हारना तब आवश्यक हो जाता है और इसके कवि हैं श्री हरिवंश राय बच्चन। हारना तब आवश्यक हो जाता है जब लड़ाई अपनों से हो और जीतना तब आवश्यक हो जाता है जब लड़ाई अपने आप से। मंजिल मिले ये तो मुकद्दर की बात है, हम कोशिश भी ना करें ये तो गलत बात है। किसी ने बर्फ से पूछा इतने ठंडे क्यों हो? बर्फ ने बड़ा अच्छा जवाब दिया, मेरा अतीत भी पानी और मेरा भविष्य भी पानी, फिर गर्मी किस बात पर रखूं? गिरना भी अच्छा है दोस्तों, औकात का पता चलता है। बढ़ते हैं जब हाथ उठाने को अपनों का पता चलता है। सीख रहा हूं अब मैं भी इंसानों को पढ़ने का हुनर, सीख रहा हूं अब मैं भी इंसानों को पढ़ने का हुनर। सुना है चेहरे पे किताबों से ज्यादा लिखा रहता है। रब ने नवाजा हमें जिंदगी देकर और हम शोहरत मांगते रह गए। जिंदगी गुजार दी शोहरत के पीछे, फिर मोहरत मांगते रह गए। ये कफन, ये जनाजे, ये कब्र सिर्फ बातें हैं मेरे दोस्त, वरना मर तो इंसान तभी जाता है जब याद करने वाला कोई ना हो। क्या बात करें इस दुनिया की, हर शख्स के अपने अफसाने हैं। क्या बात करें इस दुनिया की, हर शख्स के अपने अफसाने हैं। जो सामने है लोग उसे बुरा कहते हैं, और जिसे कभी देखा ही नहीं उसे खुदा कहते हैं। आज मुलाकात हुई जाती हुई उम्र से। मैंने कहा जरा ठहरो तो। वो हंसकर इटलाती हुई बोली, मैं उम्र हूं, ठहरती नहीं। पाना चाहते हो मुझको तो मेरे हर कदम के साथ चलो। मैंने भी मुस्कुराते हुए कह दिया, कैसे चलूं मैं बनकर तेरा हर कदम। तेरे संग चलने पर मुझे छोड़ना होगा मेरा बचपन, मेरी नादानी, मेरा लड़कपन। तू ही बता दे कैसे समझदारी की दुनिया अपना लूं, जहां है नफरतें, दूरियां, शिकायतें और अकेलापन। मैं तो दुनिया चमन में बस एक मुसाफिर हूँ। गुजरते वक्त के साथ एक दिन यूं ही गुजर जाऊंगा, करके कुछ आंखों को ना कुछ दिलों में यादें बनकर बस जाऊंगा।
Thank you, Adi. Thank you for a beautiful rendition. Now, let us extend a warm welcome to Srimanti Vashu, NSTAT first year student, for her song performance.
Ready?
গানের সুরে প্রিয়ামে প্রাণে নিমন্ত্রণ গুন 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 গুঞ্জে আমার এই গুঞ্জরণ গানের সুরে প্রিয়ামে প্রাণে নিমন্ত্রণ समा रहे परवाने से परे चला जाऊं मेरी तरफ जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं समा रहे परवाने से परे चला जाऊं मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं नहीं सुनता उसको जल जाना होता है हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है प्यार दीवाना होता है मस्ताना होता है हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है श्री डोरिया बोले 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 चुरी जाए श्री डोरिया बोले बोले छुए जा भाग तरंगी জানার শিরোরম গানের সুরে পেলাম একা প্রাণের নিমন্ত্রণ যে আমার এই গুঞ্জরণ গানের সুরে পেলাম একা প্রাণের নিমন্ত্রণ।
Thank you, Shivanti. Now let us welcome Tanish Prasad, third year BStat student, as he takes the stage to captivate us with his soulful violin performance. Srijit Bhattacharya, BStat second year student, will accompany him on tabla.
এটা অন করছি
কি অন করছো? হ্যাঁ
এটা অন করছি নিচে অন করছি
এখন কটা মাইক্রোফোন লাগবে দেখে নাও।
দেখে নি কাম কি করবো
গান হবে না? ভায়োলিনে একটা, তবলা একটা হলেই হবে। দোকান নেই?
প্রাণ তাহলে ভালো
দুটোই 57 দাও। দিতে হবে না, ইয়েটা দেবে, স্যানাইজারটা দেবে।
ভালো
ওটা স্যানাইজারটা দেবে। দেরি আছে। কত কত নাম্বার আবার ঠোকো তো, ঠোকো দেখি। হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে। কোথায় রাখলি? নামাও নামাও, আগে স্ট্যান্ড নামাও। চেক করো।
Thank you for this wonderful program. Let us warmly welcome Srimoyi Bhumik as she graces the stage with her soulful song performance.
তুলতে হবে না ও হারমোনিয়াম বলবে তাহলে কি বলবো
বলছিস নাকি
সব অফ করা কোথায় হারমোনিয়াম বসছে কোথায় কি লাগছে দেখি
আমি একটা দিয়ে দেবো
হ্যাঁ রেডি
বলুন বলুন
ভোকাল হারমোনিয়াম কে বাজাবে তুমি তো আর ও তো গান গাইবে না তো এই সেময় দিকে এটা দিবি সেময় দিকে হারমোনিয়াম একটা দেবে সোজা করবে মাইক্রোফোনটা পুরো স্ট্রেট ইয়াস কত চার তো
আচ্ছা
ঠিক আছে আবার উত্তরটা লাগবে না না নেই 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 ও নেই ঠিক আছে আর তবলাটা ঠিক করো তবলার মাইক আগিয়ে দাও ঠিক অ্যাডজাস্ট করে দেবে হ্যাঁ আর একটু নামবে মাইকটা একটু নামিয়ে দিন ঠিক আছে ওকে ওটাই দিয়ে দাও ওটা কত নাম্বার গো ঠিক আছে দিদি অন করছি দিদি মাইক্রোফোনটা একবার চেক করতে দিদি মাইক্রোফোনটা একবার গিটার একবার দেখি
যদি তারে নাই চিগো সে কি ভেবেছি জানি রে যদি তারে নাই চিগো সে কি
Thank you for the performance. Now let us warmly welcome Tanushree Bera, a project lead person at the Geological Studies Unit, as she takes the stage to present a dance performance.
Hey, Oishi, where are you? 4 নাম্বারটা তো নাকি 4 নাম্বার ঠিক আছে দাদা কি পড়লো মাইক্রোফোন
না লাগলো ওতে ওতে
রেডি
সুন্দর ঈশ্বরে ঝলক ঝলকারে উড়ান সম্পর্ক জীবন বিরান এসো 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 সুন্দর ঈশ্বরে সমারোহে ঈশ্বরে সুন্দর ঈশ্বরে
Thank you, Donoshri. Let us warmly welcome Monali Mitra Koladi, Deputy Librarian and a music enthusiast, as she graces the stage to enchant us with her soulful song performance.
দাঁড়িয়ে হবে না বসে তবলাতে একটা দেবে হারমোনিয়ামে একটা দিদির মুখে যদি দাও তুলে দাও পুরো একবারে হাইস
এটা তো দিদি গান করবি তাই না
হাইট তুলো আর দিয়ে ওকে সোজা করে দেবে ওকে সোজা যেন বাবা গিটার হবে নাকি আবার দুটো
Ay, আজকে সে বল তুই বল লাগিস বল আজকে সব এখানে আছি আজ সব রেডি করে যাই আরো তুলো তুই তুলে সোজা দেবে এটা কত সোজা করো মাইক্রোফোন সোজা হয়ে যাবে দেখছি চার 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 ঠিক আছে আর তবলা আছে নাকি দিদি আপনার মাই হয়ে যাবে আপনি বলতে পারেন দিদি
হ্যালো
ঠিক আছে
दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांच के दुल्हन बदन चुराए छुपके से आए मेरे ख्यालों की आंगन में कोई सपनों की दीप जलाए दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांच की दुल्हन बदन चुराए चुपके से आए कभी यूं ही जब कोई ओछले सांसे भर आई बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आए कभी यूं ही जब कोई ओछले सांसे भर आई बैठे बैठे जब यूं ही आए कभी मचल प्यार से छलके छुए कोई मुझे पर नजर न आए नजर न आए दूर जब दिन ढल जाए सांच की दुल्हनी बदन चुराए चुपके से आए कहीं तो मेरे सभी मिलने के वादे कहीं पे निकल आए जब मुझे ताकि कहीं तो मेरे सभी मिलने वादे कहीं पे निकल आए जब मुझे ताकि हरी अपना ही होने से दर्द बनाए दर्द बनाए दूर छुड़ाए चुपके से आए मेरे ख्यालों के आंगन में कोई सपनों की दीप जलाए दीप जलाए कोई जगने चले जाए साथ में बदन छुपाए चुपके से
Thank you, Monalidi. Now let us enjoy a group performance by Yoshi Bhattacharya, Avan Chakraborty, Tanishq Prasad, and Shujit Bhattacharya. These are students of ISI Kolkata. And we also have a request from the audience. Mrs. Molly Nandi, wife of our alumnus Vipul Kumar Nandi of B-Star inside batch of 1969-1973 will present a song. So after this performance, we will request her to come on stage and perform.
এবার তোরা কি করবি? এবার দাঁড়িয়ে গাইবি না বসে গাইবি? ওরা বসে গাইবি। না, টেবিলে। বসে যাবো তুই তো এখানে সাদা এই মাইক এই মাইক না না সব মাইকে ছোট করলো মাইক দেবো যদি এখানে ফুলিয়ে যায় কত কি করতে দেবো চোখ আর ওকে একটা বোকাল পাঁচটা স্যান্ডি লাগবে ওকে ওকে জোরে মাইকটা দিও এটা জোর আমার জোর লাগবে না ওলে আচ্ছা দাও বুঝবে তুই তো কাছে আর কাছে নিতে হবে হয়ে যাবে মানে ওই জন্য বলছি
আরো বলো বলো বলো। হ্যাঁ ঠিক আছে।
Thank you all. Now put your hands together for Sahib Narkadamili for his dance performance.
টেবিলটা দিয়ে দিন, টেবিলের উপর থাকবে।
Before the dance performance, we will have Mrs. Mahalanobis, who will sing a song.
Give it a big hand. One for people on this.
হ্যালো হ্যালো নমস্কার, আমি সেভাবে এখন আর গান করি না, কিন্তু ছোট ছোট ছেলে মেয়েগুলোকে গাইতে দেখে একটা গান করতে ইচ্ছে হলো করছি। কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি, কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি, কালো তারে বলে গায়ে এলো মেঘনা দিনে দেখেছিলে মাঠে কালো মিলে কালো হরিণ ঘুমটা মাথায় ছিল না তার মনে পিঠে কালো সে যতই কালো দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ কৃষ্ণ কলি আমি তারে বলি ঘন মেঘে আকার হলো দেখে ডাকতে ছিল শ্যামল দুটি শ্যামা মেয়ে ব্যস্ত ব্যাকুল পদে কুটির হতে ত্রস্ত এলো তার আকাশ পানে পানি জোগাড় ভরো সমুদ্রে পানে মেঘে কালো সে যতই কালো দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি ডুবে বাতাস এলো হঠাৎ ধানের খেতে নিয়ে গেল আলের ধারে দাঁড়িয়েছিলেন একা মাঠের মাঝে আর ছিল না আমার কানে দেখলে কাছে আমি জানি আর জানি সেই মেয়ে কালো তা সে যতই কালো দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি এমনি করে কালো কাজল জ্যৈষ্ঠ মাসে আসে শান কোণে এমনি করে কালো কোমল ছায়া আশায় নামে তোমার বলে এমনি করে শ্রাবণ রজনীতে হঠাৎ খুশি ঘনিয়ে আসে চিতে কালো তা সে যতই কালো দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তারে বলি আর জামাল বলো দেখেছিলে ময়না পাড়ার মাঠে কালো হরিণ মাথার পরে ব্যাঙ তুলে লজ্জা পাবার ব্যাঙ তুলে লজ্জা পাবার কালো সে যতই কালো দেখেছি তার কালো হরিণ কৃষ্ণ বলি আমি তাকে বলি
Thank you, ma'am, for your performance. Now I will request Sahib to come on the stage for his dance performance.
Sonda come 2 militari. Vale. Last. Right.
चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल के तराने लिए चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल के तराने लिए मिलन की मस्ती भरी आंखों में हजारों सपने तुम्हारे लिए तो चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल के तराने लिए ये मस्ती लगाते हैं तमन्ना कैसा मेरी पसंद लहराती मेरे जीवन में दिशा मांगी है मोहब्बत समाने लिए तो चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल को तराने लिए वो आलम भी अरब होगा हरी बारेगी मेरी कसम कभी भैया कभी हंसी लग जाएगी मेरी बाहों में मचल जाएगी चला जाता किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल को तराने लिए बहारों में नजारों में नजारों की मेरी पसंद नैनों में है मेरे भागे करम से चला जाता किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल को तराने लिए मिलन की मस्ती भरी आंखों में हजारों सपने सुहाने लिए चला जाता हूँ किसी की धुन में धड़कते दिल को तराने लिए ला 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 ला
Thank you, Sari. Let's welcome Tanish Prasad as he takes the stage for his guitar performance.
গিটারে ইয়েটা দিও সেনাগাটা দিও সেনাগা এই তো তোমার সামনেই দুটো স্ট্যান্ড একটা গিটারে একটা গাই ভালো হবে
এটা গাওয়ার জন্য দিয়ে দিচ্ছি
আর এটা 57 দাও তো ওর 50 ইয়েতে মানে কেজিটা আসছে না তুমি চেক করে নাও ওটা কোনটা দেখি হাইট করে অ্যাডজাস্ট করে না ভাই হাইট অ্যাডজাস্টমেন্ট বোঝা করবি হ্যাঁ ভাই ওকে
Feel the fire gather round the tree. Fill the glass and maybe come and sing with me. So kiss me under the mistletoe, pour out the wine, let's toast and pray for December snow. Now there's been pain this year, but it's time to let it go. Next year you'll never know. But for now, Merry Christmas, we'll dance in the kitchen while embers glow. We put more love, but it's lovely, God, it's the best of all. I wish you could see it through my eyes and you know, my God, you're beautiful. But for now, Merry Christmas, I feel it when it comes. Having us every year, carry on. Love is so much love. All the family and friends are together when we all belong. Merry Christmas, everyone. So just keep kissing me under the mistletoe. Pour out the wine, let's toast and pray for December snow. Now there's been pain this year, but it's time to let it go. Next year you'll never know. But for now, Merry Christmas. I find when it comes. Loving us every year, carry on. It's having so much fun. What a year can be all spare a thought to the ones who have gone. Merry Christmas, everyone. It's Christmas time, you and I will have a good night. Merry Christmas, it's Christmas time, you and I will have a good night. Merry Christmas, it's Christmas time, you and I will have a good night. Merry Christmas, it's Christmas time. You and I will have a good night. Merry Christmas time.
There is one more group performance. After that, there will be vote of thanks by Srivastava sir.
আচ্ছা দিয়ে দিচ্ছি
গিটারের জন্য একটা দিয়ে দাও, গিটারের জন্য দুটো দিয়ে দাও, দুটো দুটো গিটার আছে তো, একে দিয়ে দাও। নট রিকোয়ার্ড, ওকে ওকে, একে একটা দাও ভাইকে, হচ্ছে ইনস্ট্রুমেন্টাল নয়। ওকে এই ভাই 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 এদিকে 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 জি নিয়ে এক মিনিট।
This is the last performance of the evening.
হচ্ছে তো পোডিয়ামে দাঁড়িয়ে দেবো,
পোডিয়ামে দাঁড়িয়ে যাও, হয়ে যাবে, টেনে নেবে, সব টেনে নেবে, ঠিক আছে না?
कुछ हंसते कुछ गम के तेरी आंखों के सारे चुराए रसी यादों में मैंने तेरे लिए सपने चुने, सपने सुरीले सपने। छोटी बातें छोटी छोटी बातों की है यादें बड़ी पूरे नहीं बीती हुई छोटी घड़ी। छोटी बातें छोटी छोटी बातों की है यादें बड़ी पूरे नहीं बीती हुई छोटी घड़ी। जन्म जन्म से आगे बिछाई तेरा मैंने तेरे लिए सपने चुने, सपने सुने सपने। भोले भाले दिल को बहलाते नहीं तन्हाई में तेरे ख्यालों को सजाते नहीं। भोले भाले दिल को बहलाते नहीं तन्हाई में तेरे ख्यालों को सजाते नहीं। कभी कभी तो बात देकर मुझको जगाया मेरी सपने चुने, सपने सुने सपने। कुछ हंसते कुछ गम के तेरी आंखों के साए चुराए रची
সব থাক না না সব থাক কোথায় নিয়ে গিয়ে রাখবে কালকে তো আছে এগুলো কালকে নিয়ে গিয়ে নেবো
I'm really overwhelmed and no words will be sufficient for the grand performance and the grand cooperation. And this whole program was conceptualized by Monali Paladi, and she is herself a very great music enthusiast, and she was working extremely hard all these days. And actually, I must tell you that we were less talented than the present students. This kind of thing, only last year it revealed to me that present students are very, very talented in music, and I wish them all very good luck in their future things also. And thank you very much for coming, and let's meet.
এটা খুলে এটা এটা
কোনটা খুলে দেবে